Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive. all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years. and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, In the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. KAILASA is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vanvadidam Ganasudasham Sattvamashyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Shakshibhutam Bhavadidam Dhanaragitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes, Nithyanandam, we welcome you all back to Parashakti Akashic reading, manifesting to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Before starting today's segment, a few security measures from the KAILASA's national security agencies. Photography, video, audiography of any kind is strictly prohibited during all the sessions. Be on mute, be on camera throughout the class. If you need to step out in inaudible situations, please inform the digital security officer. So these are the few important cautions before we start in this today's segment. And we welcome all the Kailasa Vasis attending from the Kailasa's monasteries, Gurukul temple, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, and TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those who blessed to have a Naina Diksha, the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's secure spiritual program, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Yes. Now let us learn about Devi Parashakti. Parashakti is the cosmic, divine cosmic mother. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universe comes out and goes in. She is the source of Big Bang and the black hole. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. Even Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate start with the mother. Mother is an important way to connect what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness, it should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with the life as a mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect. Today, out of his extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hindu, is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing all of us, answering all our questions, attending to each one of our prayers, giving blessings, boons, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering the profound spiritual truths, and ultimately, he is giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now let us learn about the science behind Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. So Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep lasting life transformation in the receiver. Darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all the times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, rising into the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting a reset button on your being. So the science behind the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from the KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and the incarnation. Divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatara, deities in a temple, and through Bhava Samadhi Darshans in the Nijavatara incarnations. So Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Devi Parashakti herself through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara physical form as Devi Meenakshi. So why there is a need for avatar, the physical embodied form, to come down and bridge the gap? So as we all know, the Archavatara deity reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the supreme conscious energy. But unfortunately, human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level of experience directly from the Archavatara. That is why the avatar physical embodied form comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. So Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens the Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energy that can heal, empower, and transforms our life. So during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed moments or the information of the avatar just by the act of seeing. So what is Akashic readings? Akashic readings are not predictions, they are the readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, start the present, past, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, or present, or future. That is why what you called as happened, happening, or yet to happen are clearly recorded in the Akasha. Next, we're going to see about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. So we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity Only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all
Yes, welcome back. Now let us learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Sri KAILASA, the macrocosmic ancient Indian Hindu civilization and nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism and is recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based university a lifestyle for humanity. Now we're going to look at the coronations of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, he is identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. On 1981, he is initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. On 1988, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as a future Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of Tonde Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. On 1994, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became the successor of Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara. On 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. On same year, he is coronated as a successor of Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. Here we are looking at the pictures of the Guru Parampara of Kashi Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham, which is directly from Paramashiva to Yogi Yogananda Puri, Sekki Swamigal, Mata Vibhudananda Puri to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here are a few pictures taken while Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving founding the mission of Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. And here are a few pictures from the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham as being a successor of the Sarvanya Peetham. And 2002, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham. And 2004, he is declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara, the Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. And also as he became the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. So here are a few pictures from the 2002, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is doing the Bhumi Puja and laying the first brick for the foundation of Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham. And here is the declaration ceremony as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 26. And here is the Guru lineage of the king lineage of the emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. And 2007, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham and also as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvanya Kara. And 2012, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. Here are the few pictures taken while Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is being received by the delegates from the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham, and also here Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism taking over the rituals and inaugurating many rituals and ceremonies in the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. And here are a few pictures taken while Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham. And here are a few pictures where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is taking over the administration and other rituals of the Sarvanya Peetham. In 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvanya Kara, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. And in 2013, he is declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atarakada, the oldest monastic order in the Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sudevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. And in 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the Mahasannidhanam, the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam. So here are the few pictures taken while during the ceremony as declaration as the coronation of the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvanya Kara. And here are a few pictures from Tanjavur Adinam. On the same year, 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as a Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvavur Adinam, Vedaranyam Adinam, and Panchatikulam. And 2015, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Bhakti Swargapuram Adinam, and also as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladamata. In 2015, he is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by the congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs from the Hinduism. So here are the few pictures from the Guru lineage of Dharma Bhakti Swargapura Madinam, which is directly from Paramashiva to Srila Sri Alagatirchapatram Desiga to Srila Sri Vaidyalinga Desiga to Srila Sri Dandavani Desiga to now Karan Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here are the few pictures from the Adipita Koladamata. Now we're going to see the global initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Sri KAILASA across the globe. It is 28 years of relentless humanitarian services initiatives, including the free vegetarian diet, food, medical services, natural disaster reliefs, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolutions and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practice through various international agencies and bodies. He has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, which is translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read and downloaded. He is established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm scriptures and over 20 millions of digital books. He is regarded as the most prolific and more viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in the Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on the social media. He is respected as the commentator of all secular scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Siva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavatra Gita, and Jain Sutras. He is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader. And also, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is acclaimed as one of the top spiritually influential living personalities by the Vatican's Mind-Body Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Sri KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for a global peace and to give the superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He is established the largest Hindu university in the world with the satellite campuses in 150 countries. And he is also the established of 1,000 plus in KAILASA's enlightened ecosystems. And he is the founder and the reviver of over 100 Sarvanya Peetams. Next, we're going to see the upcoming events on the Darshan, and we have the Paramashivoham level 3 from May 1st to 21st, the batch 2, which is going to happen, which is directly connected by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he is giving us the experience of higher levels of dimensions of the space, and also the different states, the multiple 25 states of consciousness and extraordinary power manifestations. Would you like to join us for this grand event? You can go and register yourself on the kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So this is a registration link where you can directly head over and make yourself available for this event. Let's take a few moments. You can pen down the link, which is kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Here you can go, fill your data and enter yourself and register yourself for the Paramashivoham level 3 batch number 2, which is going to happen on May 1st to 21st. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment of demonstration of external powers of short break. So we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Yes, welcome back. Now we're entering into the segment of manifesting the extraordinary Shaktis. The Balasants Nithyananda Yogis, the initial disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the power of third eye and body scanning and sharing with all the experience and the results of extraordinary manifestation of divine power awakened in us through the initiations and Dikshas. In today's Bhava Samaya Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and will be manifesting the following powers of third eye, seeing with the blindfolded and body scanning. So before entering into the segment of actual pronunciation, let us understand what are Shaktis and what are Siddhis. In Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, divine powers. Manifesting powers, Shaktis are described as the system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers that have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine, you need to manifest divine, and not you are a man and you need to reach divine. The Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of the feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Where Siddhis are powers that manifest from the tapas or the penance for the enlightenment. Shaktis are source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through the ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. And they are permanent, where on the other side, Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from the enlightenment. Paramashiva, the primordial divinity in the Hinduism, the ultimate reality and the cause which is the self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, and form. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and the Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti creation, Shruti, maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, delusion, and Anugraha, pulling out of delusion and liberating. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th living incarnation, the representative of Paramashiva, and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for enlightenment beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking time never accomplished before. So these knowledge and the science of these manifesting these Shaktis passed on from one generation to the next generation through the Diksha, initiation by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these science to revive the initiation and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Srividya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Shrida Vidya, science of Ausada, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, Jnana mapped into your cognitions, Prajna manifests as a possibility and the power of every being as a Prajnana. Now we're going to watch a short video which explains how this initiation, Diksha, helps us in this knowledge transfer and the energy transfer.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
Yes. Now we're going to see how the science of manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidence from the Hinduism. First is the Sastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. And next is the Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas, or the authorities of the Hinduism, the Vedic sciences and rishis and scientists who tested and verified these sciences. Next is the Atma Pramana, which is the direct experience from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life, this million avatars' personal experience of the power manifestation. Prataksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from the observation and the scientific evidence. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, where the Vedas are the pure science, where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas are given the status as they are directly revealed by the Paramashiva. They are ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Sastras or the source scriptures is called as the Sastra Pramanas. Now let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration for the power of the body scanning. So we'd like who wish to have this power of body scanning, you can directly head over to the YouTube channel and you can post your questions. We'll give a few moments to registering your questions and we'll pick up one of your questions and we'll do that, demonstrate the power of body scan.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are.
Yes. Nithyananda, now let us see the power of body scanning. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan illness, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest cognitive principles of your whole body or for the whole universe, simultaneously consisting of the essential reality. They are being observed in their source causes, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and supreme power manifestation happens. Next is the Atha Pramana, the reference from the power of body scanning from the life of Siddha. Therein was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identify the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small therai, a type of frog, sitting in a person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Theraya, his disciple, to perform an open heart surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completely successful, the person is healed and cured of headache. Thus, he gained the name Theraya. Next is the Atma Pramana, the account from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life that the time tested and authenticated this science. On 2nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for a surgery and therefore for medical checkup related to that. At the time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I have been poisoned. Without ever knowledge, I immediately used the diagnostic method instead of medical facilities to study the body scanning due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalance happens, and where balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So here are Sakshi Pramanas, the experience and the results of extraordinary manifestation and the power of body scanning to the initiative disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes, now we'll be connecting and we'll be going on to demonstrate the power of body scanning. And we have Mr. K who asked for the body scanning. And now I'll be connecting myself to the third eye, the power of my third eye to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism third eye, and connecting in oneness with the Paramashiva and revealing what Paramashiva is shown to. Well, the house is straight. Come to the space of restful awareness and chant the Mahavagya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, Nithyanandam. What Swamiji is revealed is your body is completely fine, healthy. Just only one thing, you have to stop, reduce all the non-vegetarian diets you're having now, and also the inorganic foods you're having now. And by doing this, your body will be completely cleansed and it will be aligned to the cosmic geometry. But the problems you are facing now, it is all because of your mental patterns. It starts from the very food also, that because of the non-vegetarian diet it is you're having, it is making more and more violent and dull in the aspects of life. As you're not inspired to leading this life, there is nothing around you which is making you alive and make you engaged, and your involvement in your life also it is very less. That is why all your boredom is becoming a tiredness, and that is why you are not able to physically engage yourself in many activities around yourself. So start engaging yourself, listen to some of the satsangs immediately, every day, regularly. That will give you the powerful cognitions to align yourself to this superconscious life. So by doing this, you'll be completely get rid of all these physical and mental patterns. You are stuck with that now. And you can very well go to YouTube or Facebook and you can share how you can able to relate with this revelation. So with this, we come to the end of this first part of this today's Bhava Samaya Darshan segment. And we'll be moving on to the next segment after a short break. So we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow
Yes, Nithyanam, welcome back to the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading segment. So in this segment, we're going to see the very manifestation of Devi Parashakti as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism and many revelations from the Devi Parashakti. So first, let us understand why this divine feminine consciousness is unique to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Even Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said the unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. Because even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if this sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas. For some reason, even if we lose all the sampradaya, if we keep this one sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back because everything is centered on this one. The mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine worship, including me. The direct statement from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He said, I am basically a Shakta. I myself follow the Devi worship. From the beginning, if you look at the autobiography of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, all the deities he has carved, the darshan he had, all are mother-based, Devi-based. And also from the life story of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained why Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism is the most feminist religion. So let us hear the short video from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
Yes. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, he also said that Shiva is a Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach the Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. He added with a beautiful description of the housing, saying, even though the husband is the owner of the house, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. So either you have to fall at the feet of the mother or the small sons of the mother, only they can touch the place, the hip of the mother, and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to the mother or people who are closer to the mother, only they can reach. Now let us understand Devi Parashakti in the cosmic language. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which the billions and billions of universe comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us are came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. And after her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as an Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and she is continuously gracing us, answering all of our questions, answering to each one of our prayers, giving blessings, boons, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering the profound spiritual truths, and ultimately, he is giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now we want to watch a short video where Devi Parashakti herself, in a very own form, a very own manifestation, in her very own words, she gave the beautiful introduction about herself and the purpose of her manifestation. So let's hear from the Devi Parashakti.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும். பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம்.
Yes. Now let us see how we can prepare ourselves to receive the Parashakti. Pandava said, "Yet you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi Parashakti. This coin is considered a traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be any value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In US, it can be even 1 cent also. So offer everything to Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, do the namaskar and take this betel leaf, betel nut immediately as a prasadam. Collect all the Guru Dakshina coins which you offered and send it to Los Angeles temple. This betel leaf, betel nut, it may look too small, but in few days you will understand how much it adds value to your sentiment. You literally start feeling she is there. So you won't take Bhava Samadhi Darshan for granted. All these rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and rise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break all your unconscious behaviors. Now, with all our life, get ready to witness the Parashakti. Now we'll be entering the next segment of the revelations from the Devi Parashakti. As we all know, during this pandemic time, Devi has continuously revealed about the many aspects to save these people from the pandemic out of her extreme love and compassion. Now we're going to look at one of the revelations from the Devi Parashakti, and we're going to see how it is manifested in the current world now as revealed by Devi Parashakti. And we're going to look at the solutions given by Devi Parashakti also. So first, let us watch this revelation.
ஓம் ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசி சிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும்
Yes. It's a wonderful revelation of Devi Parashakti, where Devi Parashakti herself has warned the global community that how this pandemic going to be affected. It's going to impact the whole world in multiple sectors, as we're seeing the sudden fall in the many sectors, especially from the growth of the even the communities, and the global crises have been happening, food crises have been happening, and especially this education system have been collapsed. And it has around 50 million cases have been identified till now since the start of the pandemic. One side, many around the world pinning their hope on the vaccines, but the vaccines are not 100% solution, because from the beginning it is being linked to the multiple sectors of the diseases, starting from the lung disorder, heart diseases, and other kidney malfunctions are related to these vaccines. So they are not the 100% solution, and many protocols which is followed to combat the diseases becoming redundant now. And now what is happening during the first and second, and it is now happening in the third wave, where the sudden, again, the start of increase in the number of cases are being started in UK, USA, Scotland, and many parts of the countries now. So what is the solution? Is that it's just the COVID-19 is just killing the people, or it is something else? As we see, it is being the impact of this COVID virus is going to be felt for decades, because it is not just creating the deaths. There are many people who came out of that, who survived the COVID-19, also going through the multiple health disorders, mental health disorders. Now, as we were discussing this, one point we have to bring it up, which is the fear about the pandemic is creating more problems, more suffocation to the people than the actual COVID virus itself. Here we're going to look at the 8 simple conscious solutions which is given by Devi Parashakti to combat these diseases with the fear about the pandemic. Devi has revealed that, oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infected coronavirus. Through these 8 ways, even if we follow any one of these authentically, Devi has blessed, we will be saved completely from this pandemic. We'll be going over each and every the 8 simple solutions which is given by Devi Parashakti. The first is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. Second is surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. Third, wherever Devi is residing, worshipping Devi by doing the fire walking. Fourth, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. Fifth, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Sixth, doing a japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiv, and Shiv. Seventh, the complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to the sleep. Eighth, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham in the state of Ananda Spurana. So these are the 8 solutions Devi has blessed. Even if we follow any one of these authentically, we'll be saved completely from this pandemic. So with this, we come to the end of this segment and moving on to the next segment, where we're going to see the multiple offerings to Devi Parashakti after a short break. So we request each one of you to stay tuned. Nithyanandam.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. So in this segment, we're going to be learning about how we can receive the grace and the blessings of Devi Parashakti and how we can ask our questions to Devi Parashakti. We'll be looking at some of the top social media platforms and how we can connect with Devi Parashakti through those platforms. The first and the foremost is the YouTube, where you can head over to the YouTube chat that is there. First, head over to KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. Head over to YouTube and you can search for KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. It is the official YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And first, what you would have to do is to go and join the channel. So there are various different subscriptions options that is available. You can choose and join any one of them. And once you do that, you will have an option to ask your questions in the chat beside the live channel, live stream that is going on now. You can put your questions to Devi Parashakti here. So this is the way you can connect with Devi Parashakti on the YouTube. Let us now move on to the next platform, which is the Facebook. So once again, go to the Facebook and search for KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you will see the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can go over, hit the follow, and start liking and following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook page. And under the live stream, you can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. There's an option that is available where you can drop a comment. So you can put your questions to Devi Parashakti there. Sorry for the technical glitch. The next we are looking at is the Twitter. So head over to Twitter and you can search for @Sri_Nithyananda. And when you search for it, you will find the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. There you will see that the latest live stream is being tweeted, and you can comment in that as a reply to that tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And once again, that is another way through which you can ask your questions and prayers to Devi Parashakti. The next we're looking at is the Instagram, and you can come to the latest post of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Head over to first Instagram. You can search for Sri Nithyananda, and once you search for Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, you can put your questions in the comment section under the latest post. So these are some of the methods using the various popular social media platforms through which you can connect to Devi Parashakti. Now let us look at how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through our website. So first you will have to head over to kailasa.org, KAILAASA.org. And if you see towards the left-hand side, the bottom, you will see there's an option where you can chat on WhatsApp. So you'll have to head over to that and put your questions there. You can just type your questions to Devi Parashakti. So these are some of the methods through which you can reach out to Devi Parashakti and ask your questions and prayers to Devi Parashakti. So next, let us look at how we can connect with Devi Parashakti by offering various things to Devi Parashakti. There's a beautiful reference from the Bhagavad Purana that describes about the offering to Devi Parashakti. Dharma yayashaserthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam miham mutra cha modate. One part should be used for dharma and dana. Second for yasha, which is the public works and which brings fame to oneself. Third should be reinvested to generate more money. And the fourth should be used for kama, which is the enjoyment of material things. And the fifth for one's family and friends. So this Dharma Shastra, the Bhagavad Purana, it describes very clearly that 20% of the income that you are generating should be donated for Dharma. Grihe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shadadikam punyatirteshu sahasram anantam shiva sannidhau. This is a verse from the Dharma Shastra. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Goshala, 1,000 times when made in sacred places like Tirthas, and infinite times when made it in the premises of the Shivalinga, such as the Shiva temples. Dhanam trividamityetat nishte jeshtamadhyamam tatra naishwaryam jeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarvabhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. The Brahmanda Purana very beautifully describes dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered as the most valuable. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered of the medium value. It is also called as a daya dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish needs is considered as the least of all. So we looked at various references from our Shastras and Puranas about how we need to offer and we need to give the dana for the betterment of our own life. So let us now look at what are the different offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti. A beautiful verse on Devi Parashakti. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes the fear from all. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi will surely remove those fears. It is stated that Devi is to be worshipped in the autumn. It is meant the autumn of our lives, that is when our thoughts turn more and more inwards. When that happens, the role of divine becomes clear in our life and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, which means consort of Shambhu, who is Paramashiva, Sharadharadhya, means the one who is worshipped by Sharada, Devi Parashakti as Saraswati. Sharvani, the wife of Lord Shiva, Linga Purana says Paramashiva as Sharva in his earthly form, and Sharmadaini, the one who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi Parashakti. Another beautiful verse from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 37. Taya tanmohate vishwam saiva vishwam prasuyate saya chittasa vijnanam tushtaridhim prayachati. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess being prayed without interest in any things gives us that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Offer the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and it blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he or she is yearning for. Let us look at the significance of gold. Gold is present in all our sacred scriptures, such as the Agamas, the Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. Literally, in all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and the purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. Streets would have huge columns of gold and huge arches made of gold. Cows and horses were decked in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of river gold. Indus river was called as Hiranmaya in the Vedas, and the river Saraswati is called as Hiranyavartini in the Atharvana Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones who you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold, decked in gold, adorned in gold. And because of all this, the reason why the gold is being decked is because it carries the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and lasts forever. So let us look at some of the gold offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first is the Sahasranama Swarnakasa. Namaparayana Prita is a verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam, which means she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's very special, a very unique archana that is offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or the attribute that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next is the Muktanguti, the finger ring with a pearl, the denominations being 251, 501, and 750 USD. There's a beautiful verse that describes about this. Mukta Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purakinkini Manitaram Padma Prabha Bhasuram Sarvabhishtapalepradhang Girisutam Vaniramasevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaranidim. I bow to goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has the garlands of pearls and face shining like a moon. The one who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So offer the finger ring with a pearl to the cosmic mother and experience the blessing and healing with your own mother. The next is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, which is at 600 USD. अष्टविद्येश्वरोपेता कुम्भावरणसंयुतं सर्वसासूत्रवस्त्राध्यायेमपङ्कजभूषितः सपिधानसचक्रश्च पकबिल्वप्रभल्वपः स्नपनाध्यायसंसिद्ध प्रमाणेन समन्वितः. All the kalashas should be worn with suitable thread and covered with new gold. They should be adorned with a lotus that is made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, or the lotus petals. The lotus itself is a divine flower. Whether it is a consecration of the deities or the worship of meditation, or the mudras or asanas during the worship, in every dimension, lotus is involved and it is offered. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is lotus. And offer the golden lotus to any size you wish to express gratitude to the Tyaga and the sacrifice of your mother. The next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden touring, which is at 750 USD. Nakadhidhiti sanchanna namajjannattamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of your ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The shloka number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari states that the nails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened continuously by being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the mind of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi Parashakti, their ignorance is removed and they attain the knowledge. The next is Swarnameti as we are looking at it, and offer this to Devi Parashakti and receive continuous gratitude to be in gratitude with Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti during the most difficult aspects of your lives. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry at 750 USD. Sudaha Sarabhivarshini. She who makes the nectars flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. She who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open and blossom. Offer the Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and to experience a space of complete completion. Next, let us look at some of the offerings to the Guru, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through whom Devi Parashakti is manifesting. The Kular Navatantra, chapter 12, verse 12 describes about the Guru. न पादुका परो मन्यो न देव श्रीगुरो परः न हि साक्षात् परा दीक्षा न पुण्यं कुलपूजनात्. There is no mantra higher than the paduka, no god higher than the guru, no initiation higher than Shakti, and no merit higher than Kula worship. रिक्तहस्तस्तनोपेयाद्राजानं देवताङ्गुरुं फलपुष्प्याम्बरादीनि यशाशक्या समर्पयेत्. एवं यो न चरद्देवी ब्रह्मराक्षसस्ततां व्रजेत्. One should not approach royalty, the deity or the guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the likes according to his capacity. The one who does not do so becomes a Brahmarakshasa. कोटि कोटि मंत्र जापात कोटि तीतावगाहनात् कोटि देवार्चना देवी पराश्री पादुका स्मृतिः. O Devi, remember this paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. The first offering we're looking at is the Vastra Seva at 1008 USD. So here we're looking at how we can offer our offerings to Devi Parashakti. So first, what we would be needing each of you to do is to head over to the registration form that is there. As you can see, there are two forms. One is the first one, which is registration for you to intention, and the second is for offering. So here you can head over to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and it will give you, leading you to a form which collects your intentions for offering. As you can see here, you can fill in your basic details. And after that, what you're going to do is you're going to select the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. The next we're looking at is the online payment if you are ready to offer any offerings at this given point instantly. So head over to tiny.cc/devi-offerings. And once you go over there, you'll be redirected to this page from which you can choose the offering that you would like to offer to Devi Parashakti. So once you choose it, you can use the number of checkouts that you would like to have, number of quantity. So you can click on the desired quantity and click on add to cart. As you can see, you'll be redirected to this page where you are able to proceed to checkout. So click on that, and then you will be moving on to the next tab of the page. So here you fill in all your billing details, and the final thing that you'll have to do is to make the payment. So you're going to fill in the details, and then you're going to hit the payment button. So this is for you to offer the offerings immediately. So once you actually finish making the payment for doing the offerings immediately, head over to tiny.cc/sankalpa2021, and you can fill in your details of your immediate family members' names and their astrological chart, based on which you will receive the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So these are the different methods to which you can offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. Next, we also have the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is a very, very special 21-day program starting from May 1st to 21st. And we had the first Paramashivoham Level 3 program happen last month. And this time it's going to be an even powerful blast. So head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for this program. So till now, we have looked at the various ways through which we can connect to Devi Parashakti and offer our gratitude. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
the moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now enter into the next session, which is the glimpses of the glorious past on this beautiful day, the 17th of April. So starting from the year 2002, on 17th of April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we see, designed the Anandaspurana program, which helps us break from the cycle of negative emotions that affect our daily life, our relationship, and our work. It's designed to cleanse the 7 major energy centers, which are the chakras in our body. Once done, it empowers our life with an understanding of the chakras that directly reduces stress, improves sleep, overcoming fears and worry, improves relationship, health, clarity, joy, and you have a very high energy level. 17th of April 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted this program for the delegates at the Ashakta Poshaka Sabha in Bangalore, India. This was the 4th day of the 7-day program where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that we have 3 bodies, physical, dream, and deep sleep, which met at the 6 centers in our body. And your energy is transformed when you open these chakras. Let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about a beautiful snippet from this day in 2002.
One thing, please be very clear mentally. It is inevitable. It is inevitable. Then the half of the problem will disappear. Next thing, beautiful story about Socrates. That will give you the essence of the faith. Socrates was poisoned. Before he was given poison, his disciple asking him, don't you have the fear of death? Socrates answers in the two sentences, beautifully answers. Anybody, in English, literature. Beautiful words. Of course, I will give the meaning of the essence of the word. Socrates says, what will be happening after this? If I will be there, if I will be existing, I will be existing, then there is nothing to worry. In some other form, in some other name, in some other way, if I will be existing, I will be existing. So there is nothing to bother, nothing to worry. If I don't exist, if I disappear completely, then also there will be nobody to worry. Then also there is nothing to worry. If I exist, I will exist. So there is nothing to worry. If I don't exist, I will not be existing. So who will be there to worry? Who will be there to worry? So only these two things. Either you will be existing as some other form, in some other name, or in some other way, or you will not be existing. You will be completely extinguished. Only these two things can happen. Both of these things, there is nothing to worry. If you exist, no problem. If you don't exist, nobody to worry. Then what is there to worry? What you are thinking? Very good, understand. What will be afterwards? There will be nobody to worry. So why to worry? Why to have fear? Be very clear with this idea. And another one you need to think. Zen monk was given the punishment by a king, that tomorrow morning he should be killed. An enlightened master, for some reason or other, the king says, let him be killed tomorrow morning. He was told to him, he was keeping quite okay. Some of his disciples asked him, what is this? What is this? What is happening? This is your heart. You will be killed tomorrow morning. You have only 24 hours more. He says beautifully, I have lived what I want to live, so I have no fear of death. I am living moment to moment. Even 1 minute is more than sufficient for me. So I have 24 hours. 1 moment will be more than sufficient for me. 1 moment itself is too much for me. What to say about 24 hours? He says a beautiful expression. Most of us don't have the fear about death. All our fear is we have not lived fully. We have not lived as we want to live. There starts the fear of death. We are not fulfilled. We are not felt that we are fulfilled. We have not lived what we want to live. Continuously compromising for the sake of society. Continuously living for the sake of society. Continuously living for the sake of somebody else. When we continuously live for the sake of others means what is not destined for us. We live in a way which is not ours, which is not our destiny. Just for the sake of many reasons. When you have not lived with full satisfaction, when you have not lived deepest possible way, you will be having the fear of death. If you have lived the best possible way, if you have lived with full satisfaction, the way in which you want to live, you will not be having the fear of death. You will be saying, yes, come on, let the Yama come. I will start. I have finished my duty. The way in which I want to live, I have lived. So, live without having fear of any outside things. Live in a way which you want. Live with the deepest individuality. You will not be having the fear of death. The fear of life only creates fear of death. When you are afraid to live, if you are afraid to live as you are, you will be afraid to have death. That's why great Swami, there was a great Swami in Bangalore. Bangalore Ramakrishna Mission President he was. Swami Sundanandaji. Most of you might have met him. Swami Sundanandaji. Just some 2-3 years before he passed away. Any of you know him? Personally? Bangalore Ramakrishna President. Man is enlightened. He is an enlightened man. Nobody knows him as enlightened because he is a very crackpot. If you meet him personally, you will feel that he is a mad. You will not feel something, you will not have any respect. In his room, you will see some 25 glass TV kept, 25 glass. And each glass will be showing its own time. One will be showing 4:30, one will be showing 2:30, one will be showing 3:30, one will be showing 12:30, whatever the way in which they want, they will be showing their time. If somebody asks that Swami, Swami, what is this? It is right time. He will say, I will not be bound by time. I don't want to be bound by time. If I feel that now it should be 12:30, I will take the class which shows that 12:30 as right. If I feel now it should be 1:30, I will take the class which shows 1:30 as right. I have my own keys to kitchen, shrine. When I want to meditate, I will go and meditate. When I want to eat food, I will go and eat. He is such an individual and independent person. And somebody, you met him? Huh? You met him? No, you know him? Yes, yes. And somebody was in early cutting the branches of the ashram tree, and they are packing and taking. Another Swami who was come as a guest, he was talking, he was asking the Sundananda. Sundananda is the president. He was asking, Swami, the person is they are hearing something about ashram food. Are they taking function or are people? Then Sundananda is told, yes, I told them, after taking all the branches, after taking away all the trees, please keep the place clean. Then our Swami told, are they our people? That's what I am asking. You told them to keep the things clean. But are they our people? No, they are some thieves. He very casually answers, they are some thieves, they come to steal. And I told them, after you have taken everything, please keep the place clean. Such an individual, independent man. Of course, what I say, it will be impractical. But you should see about his death. That's what I want to tell you. Before his passing away, some 2-3 days before, he announced that I am going to die morning 7:30 of Monday, coming Monday. Coming Monday, morning 7:30, I am going to leave the body. And one day before, he was admitted in hospital for some reason, some massive attack. Then afterwards, he told, no, there is no need for hospital. Please take me back. He was brought to the ashram that Sunday evening. Sunday night, he told them to chant Hari Om Ramakrishna, which will be chanted when the Swami passes away. He told Navisar to start chanting. They started chanting, and when Swami started singing some songs, then he said he wants to, if your Swami is singing a song, some other Swamis, if they want some of their favorite songs to be sung, There is a small slip. Right? Please try to sing this song. Like that, he said a small slip to the Swami. That Swami was very much happy that Sultan, he will never agree anybody. He will never accept anybody. He will never praise anybody. He will not ask anybody, anything to anybody. So such a Swami Sultan himself is asking you to sing some songs. So like we see what he has written in the slip. When he took out the slip, it is written, don't sing after my death. Don't sing after my death. You see, even in that time, he is in the mood of commenting. He is in the mood of jovial. Tomorrow morning he is going to die, and he had a massive attack. From hospital he was discharged. He is in the ashram. Singing is going on, and then early morning around 6:30, he calls the manager and instructs, hey, after my death, you will all be busy attending my body. So the orphan boys, there are orphan boys staying in the ashram. They will not even write food. Go and arrange for their food. Arrange for the vulnerabilities. He gives the instruction, hands over the key, and the chanting is going on. Around 7:30 he raises his hands and slowly hands falls down. That's all. Just like a drama. He used to tell the same. I have lived the best possible day. I have fulfilled what is destined to be. I have worked out the way in which I should live. So I have no fear of death. The fear of death arises not because of death, but because we have not lived the life properly and fully, to the fullest extent. We have not understood what's our life. We have not lived a complete, uncompromising individual life. If we try to live uncompromisingly, the way in which we want to live, of course, we should not enter into the freedom of others, but maintain your individuality and freedom as much as possible. Don't allow anybody to interfere in your freedom. Maintain your freedom as much as possible. Be free. Be a free individual. When you are a free individual, you will be having a deep satisfaction that you have lived your life. Then surely you will not be having the fear of death. Fear of death is nothing but fear of life. Okay.
We listened to a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism described about the death. Let us now move on to the next year, 17th of April 2004, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained to the delegates of the Anandaspurana Convention how to remove the mud and stones that are accumulated around the fountain of bliss. Having the bliss is the ultimate goal for everyone, and at some point we all have to experience bliss, and that is what we are actually searching for. Being in bliss is our basic way of life, but we have just forgotten it. The Anandaspurana program is all about helping us find that bliss again. Let us now look at a beautiful video on this same.
Many people ask me, Swamiji, you mean to say we should not live an adjusted life? We should not adjust with the society? Should we not have adjustment? Should we not adjust with the family? I tell you one thing, you need to understand two things. One is adjustment, another one is compromising. Adjustment means you will be the center of your personality. Nobody can pull you down. Nobody can pull you down. Nobody can disturb you. Nobody can depress you. You will be centered on yourself. But you will bend your head you will come down, you will adjust, you will extend your love, you will extend your warmthness, you will share your being, you will share your love, you will share everything. This is what I call adjustment. Compromising means you yourself are not centered. You don't have base for you. You are living on others' opinions, on others' base. You are not an individual. You are just a collective opinions. So naturally, you have to dance for everybody's opinion. You have to go behind begging everybody, please give a certificate. Your whole life is a long signature campaign. If your whole life is a long signature campaign, you are a politician. Politicians can never rest. Politicians can never have a holiday. Can never have an holiday. Because any moment anybody may pull his chair. Any moment anybody can pull his chair. You cannot relax. You cannot rest. You cannot have your own time. So if you are continuously running behind the signature campaign, life will not be lived as you wanted. The signature campaign is no way going to help you. If you are based on others' opinions, either you will be having a signature campaign or you will be standing with a big begging bowl, please give your attention. You will be asking for her attention, she will be asking for your attention. Both begging bowls hitting each other. All sounds which you hear in your house is nothing but the sounds of these two begging bowls hitting each other. Your life, if it is running based on others' opinions, it is compromising. You compromise most of the time your lifestyle just for the sake of others' opinions. Make a list. Make this as a homework. Take this also as a homework. Make a list who all can depress you, who all can suppress you or depress you. Make a list. If somebody says some word, immediately you feel depressed. Who all are having the capacity to depress you? How many persons' words can affect you? Make a list and make a small board very clearly. I am the psychological slave of all these persons. Because any moment they can depress you. Any moment all these guys can depress you. If somebody else can handle you psychologically, you are naturally psychological slave of them. I tell you, physical slavery is much better than psychological slavery. Psychological slave means you are not with yourself. You are not your own. Make a clear list and have it near your bed. Just near your bed. Every day morning at least read once. I tell you, this is much beautiful exercise than reading any mantra. It is much beautiful technique than any other mantra. Read that list and understand, I am the psychological slave of all these persons. These are all the persons can psychologically depress me. One thing, freedom and awareness are one and the same. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit called Satchidananda. Sat means truth. Chit means consciousness. Ananda means bliss. All the three are one and the same. Sat means actually truth and freedom. Chit means consciousness. Bliss means Ananda. Why I say this word? If you bring to awareness, naturally you will become free. If you are aware that you are slave of all these persons, the moment you are aware, you are free. Freedom and awareness is one and the same. The moment India felt we are slaves, immediately we worked for the freedom. Our leaders have done nothing. They did only one thing. They all made you aware that you are slaves. In every country, when you become aware you are slaves, immediately you work for the freedom and you get the freedom. Freedom is nothing but the awareness that you are slave. The moment you get the awareness you are a slave, you free yourself. Your energy is such you cannot be slave. You are born free. You are Nitya Muktas. You are eternally liberated. If you feel you are bound, you are in bondage, you do not know you are in bondage. The moment you understand you are psychological slave of so many persons, you are liberated. The very understanding liberates you consciously. So have these two as homework. First thing, scan your life. If you do all this homework, it can transform your life. If you remember, I think homeworks you can write down. The first thing, understand you are psychological slave of all these persons. Next thing, once in how many days or once in how many hours you are falling into depression or low energy without even your understanding. You just feel very low, very dull. How many times you feel that? If you do this, understand this too, the major thing which is a continuous disturbance in your life, the low energy or the low mood, will be taken away from your mind, taken away from your heart. Understand, others' attention is not love. Giving your attention is not love. Attention has nothing to do with love. But in most of our life, we mistake attention only as love. If somebody attends you, somebody gives you continuously phone calls and talks to you very nicely, or if somebody continuously attends you, immediately you feel he loves you. Or if you attend somebody, you say you love them. No, it is just a simple attention. Most of the time it's a need, not a love. If it is done, it is ahata. If it is not done, it is anahata. If you give your attention or have somebody's attention, it is ahata. It is lower level love. If it just happens, as you said, you feel the divine in the other. She says, I'm not able to stop loving you. I just feel it. When it happens, only then it is love. Understand these two words, adjustment and compromising. All our life is compromising. Don't mistake compromising as attention, compromising as adjustment. Adjustment means you will be living like a mother adjusting with the kids. That is different. But most of the time, our compromising things, we claim it as a adjustment. Adjustment happens out of strength. Compromising happens out of weakness. Compromising is a weakness. Adjustment is a strength. To adjust, you need strength. To compromise, you need weakness. Understand very clearly, you are based on what? This itself will liberate you. These two homework. Make a clear list. Don't bother. Even your husband's name will be there in that list. Don't think my husband will see this name, my husband will see this list. Don't worry. It is your problem. You are working on it. You are working on your mind. We all work on our body so much. So much of makeup, so much of lipstick, so much of dressing. But we forget we need to work on our mind also. You have 3 levels of being: body, mind and spirit. We work so much for the body. For food we work, for clothes we work, for makeup we work, for health we work. But we forget we need to work on the mind also. We take the mind for granted. When you take the mind for granted, you do not even know how much of dust you accumulate. So just like you work on the body, you need to work on the mind also. So these are the things you need to work on your mind. Just understand, I tell you one thing, don't even try to come out of them. Don't even try to come out of the slavery. Just understand you are a slave, that's enough. Automatically you will come out. If you try to come out, you will have again vengeance towards them. You fellow, so many years you have ruled me. Now let me take my turn. That is what these feminists are doing. The feminists all over the world, they are just taking revenge. And the men, they are just taking revenge. But don't go for the step of taking revenge. Even taking revenge is not going to help you. Understand you are a slave. That is more than enough to liberate you. The moment you understand, automatically your activities will be centered. Continuously, you will be able to think in a different way. The constant remembrance, these are the persons can disturb me. You see, as on now, you are like a centipede. Have you seen a centipede? It can walk only with 100 legs. If one leg is gone, immediately, it cannot move. As on now, you are walking like a centipede with 100 legs. All the 100 persons has to pamper you. Only then you feel good. You feel you are taken care. If someone takes away their leg, what happens to you? Immediately you fall depressed, dejected. Understand, you are psychological slaves of so many persons. Then naturally you will see, you come out.
We saw a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained. And here we're looking at the 17th of April in 2011, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism presided over the Chitra Purnami celebrations in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham, where crores and crores of devotees had gathered to celebrate this auspicious day in the Tiruvannamalai Adinam. There was free medical camp and annadan that was provided to every one of the people, and the ministers and the ambassadors of Kailasa provided this. The very word Purnima means full moon in Sanskrit. Every full moon on the day of Girivalam, on this month, the Girivalam is undertaken, where lakhs of devotees participate every month in this healthy ritual. The very word Girivalam is the origin of the Tamil word Giri, which means hill, and Valam, which means coming around. Hence, coming around the hill is called as the Girivalam in Tamil. To come one full round around the hill is around 14 kilometers, and people, both young and old, religiously go around the hill on this full moon day. The abode is of Arunachaleshwara. The Annamalai hills at Tiruvannamalai has varied interpretations over the years. It is believed that these hills took different forms at different periods of time and age. During the Krita Yugam, it was the form of fire, and Treta Yugam, it was form of emerald, known as Manikam in Tamil. And in the course of Dwapara Yugam, it is the form of gold. Here, in the year 2012, we're looking at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his presidential briefing, replied to the questions from the Inner Awakening delegates. One attendee worried that if her mind cannot be quieted, she will not be benefited from the program completely. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism compared the human mind to a dog chasing its tail. Just as the dog can never catch its tail, we can never still the mind by trying to control it. Our responsibility is to follow the instructions given to us and keep ourselves open to Guru's impact on us. As long as we are willing to receive his blessings, we obtain the benefits of his teachings and the transformation. So let us listen to a beautiful video from this day, 17th of April 2012.
Vande Sanatanam Punyam Nithyananda.
Let us work on the next layer of patterns. Guilt. See, first fear, then greed. After the greed, the complication of fear and greed together is guilt. Guilt is basically the incompletion of the past. incompletion of the past moment you carry into your present and future. See, it's like a trying to measure. Look at your past incidents with the updated intelligence. For example, I'll give you an example. At the age of 6, 7, you are playing with a toy. Your mother comes and calls you for eating. But you feel playing is so important, you say, no, I won't come for eating, you eat. Then your mother forcibly tries you, take you for eating, she just takes away the toys. Immediately the child starts crying, you die, you give me my toy. And now, if you sit and start worrying, now you know mother is more important than the toy. But at that time, you had only that much of intelligence. That's the reason you felt toys are more important than the mother. But if you start worrying for the ideas, concepts, decisions you had at that time, with the updated intelligence, is there going to be any end for it? No. It is going to be just a worrying process. Logically, it will never end. It will never conclude. Guilt is one of the root cause of human suffering, the human conditioning. Guilt is nothing but wasting your time, energy, and your consciousness. Please see, first the 3 layers of guilt. How you form guilt, how you create guilt. Go back to your early childhood, typically between age 3 to 7, recollect and describe the incidents where the seed of guilt was sown in you with regards to your own body. For example, when your parents stopped you from playing with your own body, usually kids put the hand in the mouth or leg in the mouth and play with their own body. When you stop that, kind of a disturbance starts happening in a child. And second, go back to your early adolescence, typically between 7 to 14 years of age, recollect and describe the incidents where the seeds of guilt related to sex were sown in you. Third, go back to your early adulthood, years between 15 to 23 years, and recollect the guilt that you accumulated because you experienced failure in fulfilling the needs of the people who depend on you, like your spouse, boyfriend, your kids, your parents, your friends. Same way, the second sheet, that is identifying the root guilt pattern. How you build guilt pattern. Please take the second sheet. Go back to your early childhood and recollect the first incident when you had the experience that something was wrong with you. First time, how the society tries to make you feel that something is wrong with you. Describe the incidents and your experience vividly. Identify and write down the areas of your life where you experience and express this guilt even now. For example, if they made you feel your handwriting is not good, it is very ugly, even now you will be feeling that when you write. Go back to your early teenage years and recollect the incident when you had the experience that you did not belong to a group or groups of people. For example, an incident where you felt you did not belong to your family anymore, an incident where you did not belong to your community anymore. Describe the incident and your experience vividly and write down areas of your life where you experience and express this guilt even now. Third, go back to your adulthood years and recollect the incident when you had the experience that you are all alone in life from now on. See, sometimes you break from the social hypocrisy. So same way, sometime you would have been broken or disillusioned by the society. When that happened, describe. And fourth, scan your life and pen down all the guilts that you are currently carrying in your life. Describe them clearly. Understand? When you describe, relive them. Reliving is relieving. When you consciously bring it up and relive, it will be completely erased from your system. You just bring it up to your consciousness. I will take care of erasing it from your consciousness. Start. Totally 7 questions. Then the whole thing will be heard. Okay? Now, please put your papers aside. Everything aside. Spread all over the hall. Please spread all over the hall. We'll start the Kriya. To break the pattern of guilt. See, guilt is formed as a pattern in you. Whenever you are in low mood, your body is in low mood, guilt is formed. You don't need a reason from outside to form a guilt. If you are in low mood, you can form a guilt. Oh, it is such a beautiful weather, but I am sitting inside the hall. You can start feeling guilt. Please spread all over the hall. Sit in Vajrasana. Sit in Vajrasana. Vajrasana means sitting on your knees. Start the intense chanting of Hunkara, H-O-O, sound. Please understand. Hoo. Voice, the sound should come out through your mouth, and along with sound, exhale. Visualize all your guilt, memories are leaving you along with the sound, along with exhaling. Ooh, 3 things. Sound, Hunkara, through the mouth. Second, exhale as much as you can. When you can't exhale anymore, body will automatically inhale. Third, visualize along with this sound, all your guilt patterns are leaving you. If you are heart patient or high blood pressure or any other serious illness, if you are a special attention needed participant, please sit in a normal posture and do it very slowly. Don't do violently or strongly. Do it very slowly as much as you can. Don't force yourself. Please tie the ribbon. Test consciousness. Let your inner space be free from the guilt and guilt patterns. Let the source of guilt be destroyed and you be free. Relax. You can open your eyes.
You saw a beautiful video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained beautifully about guilt and also gave the technique, the process for us to overcome the guilt in our life. Let us look at the next year, which is on 17th of April 2014. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained how over remembering our enmity and enemies saps all our energy. This over remembering thought flow runs like a poison in our minds, putting us in the space of giving up. We become psychologically impotent. Our life gets stuck in the habit of thinking that everything is impossible. If we can complete with this inadequate life strategy, we will see that we immediately start moving on the path of enlightenment. Let us look at a beautiful Nithyananda Times video from 17th of April 2015.
Now all of you have done Vakyartha Sadas for last so many days. What is consciousness? What is all-pervasiveness? What is without coming and going? What is muscleless, woundless? All these you would have done. At one point, you will feel stuck. It's natural. At that moment, if you decide it's okay, but I'll continue to dig, you are living enlightenment. At that moment, you think, whatever I learnt with that, let me make whatever I need in my life. Like material comforts or luxury, name and fame, it's enough. Who knows more than what I did? Leave it. Then that is avidya. When you are contemplating all this, you can see many of the qualities of consciousness is already permeating your life in a smaller scale. You can never be without consciousness. In a smaller scale, all that will be permeating your life. But when you contemplate deeper and deeper, it will start permeating in the higher and higher scales. More and more pure consciousness will start reflecting in your brain, in your system.
But Swami told the first time you said no to knowledge is ignorance. How can it be arrogance?
What I understand is it is like you become arrogant because you are ignorant. So it is arrogance comes from ignorance. When you go on encouraging your ignorance more and more, then you become arrogant. So I think that arrogance comes out of ignorance.
See now, like your mother assigns you a task and then you are not able to do that. And then from that time you start deciding, so anything my mother gives like this, I will not do. So this is the first time you are doing it. And and then next time when she gives something, now you will tell I will not do because I cannot do this. You give some silly reasons and you don't do. And then you see the way she responds to you and you'll feel comfortable with it. This is only ignorance. You're just doing it first time. But when you do this again and again, when you put this in every possible situations in your life and decide against the life, then it becomes arrogance. So first time you're just deciding that you will not do. You're just saying you're just deciding against life. It's just ignorance. When the deciding against the life becomes a lifestyle or a pattern in you, that becomes arrogance.
But I have a question about that. See, but even when we get angry, we are using our willpower only to get angry because we're the ones who decide to get angry, right? We're using our willpower even for that.
What I feel is when you're powerless, you don't use your willpower. Like when you get upset, you don't use your willpower to bring tears in your eyes and cry. What I feel it just comes because you're just powerless. So what I feel is in powerlessness there's no willpower because always a third eye only supports powerfulness, not powerlessness.
And also, like Swamiji told in today's satsang, for understanding consciousness and experiencing consciousness, you don't need to believe that you are consciousness. If you just sit and internalize that you are consciousness, that understanding that your consciousness will just like that happen. So what I feel is that if you're just settled with yourself, and like whenever you feel bored or when you feel tired, if you just sit and internalize, okay, if I am consciousness, then as per the consciousness, there's no such thing as boredom that exists. If this is the thing which is getting me boredom, then let me just sit and complete and make it the way I want, because I am consciousness and the work which is going to happen is also consciousness. So let me just change it. So anytime when we are having boredom or laziness, so that time if we just sit and internalize that we are consciousness, we'll have the experience of consciousness at that point immediately.
So what I understand is whether it is your experience or not, you like having like Nithyananda way of cognition, you just exaggerating the whole thing on master, he'll make it happen, and your whole he'll just change your whole perception and mature your whole cognition.
Just adding a point, so what I feel is that if the best way for you to break your boredom and not fall prey for it is that, see, you need to have a proper ambience and surroundings around you where people will not tolerate your inauthenticity, and again they make you feel that you have to learn more. So only when the surrounding is like that, then only the highest possibility is given for you to experience the highest space of consciousness and not to fall prey for this boredom and laziness. So the best way you could do is, like, if you are a kid, then coming and experiencing the Varanasi IA for kids and then joining Gurukul. If you are an adult, then having a glimpse of this experience in the Varanasi IA and then becoming part of the Sangha and taking up either becoming a part of the Ananda Yogam or doing something like that will constantly give you that feeling where your boredom is not encouraged and action is what is encouraged. Creation is encouraged. So best way I feel you can break your boredom and not fall prey to this is attending the Varanasi IA and becoming part of the Sangha.
What you eat, what you do, what you speak, what you think, what you practice, everything be aligned to this one. How to reflect highest concept of consciousness in your brain. How to catch the most subtlest definition of consciousness in your brain by Upanishads. Actually, in the Shivoham process, that's all I do. Just connecting with your brain and making it grow subtler and subtler and subtler. The subtle grooves start developing. So you simply start reflecting the concept of consciousness. That is why when the moment I say Shiva, your whole body vibrates. It means your brain is catching. There are many people heard Shiva million times in many places. Their brain doesn't catch. But in Shivoham process, the moment I utter the word Shiva, so many brains and body catches it. So the moment you catch that experience, you associate automatically yourself with it. Seeing God, experiencing God as you is not two action. It is one actually. Seeing is experiencing. Drinking Ganga, taking bath in Ganga, and going through that Shivoham process is the ultimate. In Varanasi, any water available for drinking, taking bath, everything, it's only Ganga water. Even if you do it in the hotel, it's only Ganga water. No other water. So whole 200 kilometers of Varanasi, it's only Ganga water. Even all underground water is only Ganga water. It's an amazing possibility to awaken the most subtlest grooves in your brain, to experience the pure definition of consciousness. Whoever is planning to attend the Varanasi May IA, please start watching the satsang every day. That will prepare you so much to experience Varanasi and Vishwanatha. So see you all in Varanasi to experience Vishwanatha with Vishwanatha.
Yes, we saw another beautiful video of the Vakyartha Sadhas by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Here we're looking at the year 2016. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism presided over the Living Shuddhadvaitam Convention in the Ujjaina Adhinam as part of the most auspicious and holiest event in the Kumbh Mela. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began with delivering a presidential address, the Nityananda Satsang, and went on with initiating everyone into 40 plus powers of Paramashiva as scheduled for the participants to receive during the convention. The Kumbh Mela is the oldest festival that happens on planet Earth and has been held for over 12,000 years. There are inscriptions and records to show that historically more than 1,000 Kumbh Melas have taken place. It is the largest non permanent city in the world that comes to life every 4 years with tens of millions of people.
My name is Janelle Holmes, and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I'm so excited to be here. During the process of muscle memory awakening, my Kundalini awakened, and I had floods of energy rush through my body, and I've never experienced anything like that before. And I could feel every muscle in my body be reprogrammed. And I also have been able to see his face shape shift into Shiva 2 times now. And I'm so excited to see what happens when we're fully awake and become the best of all of ourselves, and me become the best of me. Thank you.
You're going to have multiple spiritual processes, powers, awakenings, experiences. I give you one small tip. It is going to be equivalent to 70 Nithyanandoham process. It is going to be equivalent to 70 Nithyanandoham process. So plan for Kumbh Mela. Plan for kidnapping yourself by yourself. And come and drop yourself there. Don't miss Kumbh Mela.
May 4th to May 24th, 2016, Ujjain.
Here we're looking at the 17th of April 2017, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism presided over the Rudrabhishekam that was performed in the Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru Adinam. Later that day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Namakaranam ceremony, the baby naming ceremony that was performed as per the Vedic scriptures, in which even the deities of the Nithyanandeshwar Devasthanam were dressed up in the corresponding alankaram. And here we're looking at the photographs on 17th of April 2018. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the day 17 of the Mahasadashivoham program at the Bengaluru Adinam. The delegates started the day with Nityananda Yoga in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed a powerful discourse on the 11 dimensions of the universe, explaining that the greatest value of human body is to reflect the superconsciousness. He shared that a conscious breakthrough is not worth losing for imaginary money or ideas. Additionally, the testimonials of the delegates were telecasted, as were the activities of the Sangha from around the world. Events and histories from around the world were also reported. Let us look at a beautiful video on the same.
The 17th day of Mahasadashivoham started with a powerful session of Nityananda Yoga. The participants' biomemory went through an acid wash by the presence of Paramahamsa Nityananda as they were performing various asanas as the Sanskrit verses of each asana were being chanted. Swamiji's vision is to establish this authentic way of practicing yoga all over the world and revive the authentic yogic tradition as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma. On the 17th day of Mahasadashivoham, Swamiji also conducted a very unique session about the 11 dimensions of the universe. Swamiji shared, "You have the most amazing valuable product on the planet Earth, which is the human body, which can reflect superconsciousness. A conscious breakthrough is not worth losing for the sake of imaginary money, imaginary ideas. The understanding of 11 dimensions will give you the breakthrough in what you need to do."
Priyanka from Gurgaon, India, and I've been having a backache since about 6 months. We've been taking physiotherapy sessions for that. It was not getting cured, and yesterday while I scanned my, my mind through the third eye, I was able to understand that it was my cognition that I do not want to be cured. It requires long treatments, and it's gonna require a lot of stuff for it to go away. And that is the reason I was not able to get rid of that. As soon as I shifted that bottle, in fact, I was not even able to believe that that bottle is moving. So twice it moved it again. So it was a reaffirmation of the same belief. And that reinstated my faith in the fact that, it's all about strategic existence. And immediately, as soon as I reached my hotel, my backache was gone. I do not have my backache right now.
On the auspicious day of the Tamil New Year, Nityananda Peetham Ohio Adinam celebrated their 11th anniversary. Ohio Adinam was the first temple to receive Prana Pratishtha personally by Swamiji outside of India. The presiding deities, Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, were carved in dark granite directly by His Holiness Paramahamsa Nityananda himself. From early childhood, Swamiji has been highly engaged in various pujas and forms of worship. Spending hours performing such rituals, he gathered many spiritual experiences and strengthened the capacity of his body to hold the superconscious energy. Now he has established worldwide a very large quantity of centers, temples, and adinams, where thousands and thousands of people experience the space of devotion, prayers, and bliss. Various forms of pujas and abhishekams are constantly offered all over the world on various occasions. From Guru Puja to various abhishekams, devotees offer their gratitude to their beloved Guru who resides in all the deities that he gave life to through the Prana Pratishtha. Devotees celebrate various auspicious days such as Pradosham and enrich the world with the powerfulness that gets radiated when rituals are performed authentically from the powerful context of Sohamasmi. Even when I worship, I am you.
When you start building the idea that some enemies you have, some people are cheating you, some are exploiting you, slowly, your over-remembrance about them makes you shrink and stop you deciding in your continuous expansion.
Ishwara Nithyananda Nithyananda Arunachaleshwara Nithyananda 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 Nityanandeshwara Nithyananda 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 Nityashaktur Nithyananda.
Upcoming programs: Inner Awakening 21 Days to Rewrite Your Future, May 2nd to 22nd. Nithyananda Yoga Teacher Training, April 14th to May 4th. Nitya Dhyana Yoga, April 15th and 16th. Nitya Kriya Yoga, April 17th and 21st. Nityanandam, April 22nd to May 1st. Kalpataru Yoga, Manifest Reality, every Sunday online and at our Nityananda centers worldwide. Akashic Reading, access your past, present and future. 8 a.m. IST every morning at the Nityanandeshwara Sadashiva Devasthanam, Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru Adinam. Offer your name carved on a golden leaf for the golden Sadashiva Murti. Innerawakening.org/golden leaf. Achala Murti Seva, offer worship to the Archavatara. Sangha.nityananda.org/Achala Murti Seva. Maha Sadashivoham, taking you to the next level of consciousness. March 31st to April 30th.
Here we're looking at 17th of April 2020, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principles, Kailasa ecosystems, sustainable, nature-friendly, eco-friendly, cosmic logic-centered during everyday life public talk, the Nityananda Satsang. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also requested all his listeners to drop the demonic cognition that planet Earth is exclusively for human beings. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism called for an end to the consumerism as a religion and adopt nature-based lifestyle for ahimsa, aprigraha, and asteya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also encouraged the devotees to begin creating model communities embodying these values. The darshan for today was Lord Subramanya Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and contributing to over 180 humanitarian causes, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations Kailasa's Hindu University marks today as the season 2 of the day 13 of Paramashivoham, one of the major highlights of Kailasa's contribution through the convention of its power manifestation. And here we're looking at 17th of April 2021. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed the whole humanity with Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The benefits of worshipping Venkateshwara is given in the Vishnu Sahasranama Falastutri. Verse 6. Yashav prapnoti vipulam yati pradhanayam yevacha achalam shriyamapnoti shreya prapnoti anuttamam. He becomes endowed with great reputation and becomes the foremost among his kith and kin. He acquires undiminished wealth in the world and unexpelled prosperity in the other world, which is the liberation. Bhagavan Venkateshwara bestows all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, which are the divine auspicious quantities. And the one who worships him receives abundance in wealth in all other dimensions of life. So these are the beautiful days on this same day over the last many years. And once again, I'd like to share with every one of you, we have the Paramashivoham Level 3 program starting from May 1st to 21st, 2022. And you can register for yourself for the Paramashivoham program at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So with that, we are coming towards the end of this particular segment. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
अरुणाचले अवेदकुजाम्बिके मधुरापुरी मीनाक्षी समयपुर इंद्राक्षी कांची शोकविनाशिनी शास्त्रते सहिते शिवशक्ति शुभङ्करि शुम्भरि शुम्भपदास्तते सकल मनोहरि सुन्दरि सर्ववशङ्करि शङ्कर दोषकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय करुणकटाक्षिणि सूक्ष्म विवेक्षणि काङ्क्षित साक्षिणि सर्वकृते शुभजन शाश्वत मानस भावित कामित याचित पूर्णकृते सुकर सुखीकृत दुष्कर नाशकृते जननिन्दित क्रोधकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय शक्तियुते हजिते शुभवरदे विभवे विमले कमले कमलाम्बुजपादयुते करकमले करुणानिलये कमलाक्षयुते करशूलधृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय सहित स्मरणस्तर सुष्वरनाद च मे हृदये शिव शिव शब्दनिनाद मृदङ्गश्रुते कुरु नृत्य ममाधिपते शिव नटराज समेत हिताण्डवलास्य कृते शिव हर्ष कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय माम् बहु अवतार कृते जनपालित शासित भूमि पवित्र कृते युग युग शम्भविते च कलौ नित्यानन्द रूप शरीर कृते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्यनुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि
ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
தக்க நடராஜா தக்க திம்மி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்க திம்
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவசமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Sarvagnya Pita Manifestors, Sarva Parityagis, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasa's e-Gurukul students, Kailasa's NHU students, Kailasa's ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals and supporters, and Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you, everyone sitting with us all over the world, and all those watching live on Kailasa TV, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, Kailasa's HN TV, and other social media platforms all over the world through YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and every other social media platform. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Vijayadasami day. My blessings to all of you, the whole universe. On this auspicious Vijayadasami day, I'll reveal the cosmic signs of Shaktis. Listen to it intensely. You will receive not only knowledge but experience. So you can start living it, manifesting it, enjoying it. On this auspicious Vijayadasami day, all the blessings to all of you sitting with us everywhere, from every corner of the world and from all lokas of the universe. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Nijavatara, today successfully I have completed the 41st Chaturmasya on this incarnation. Blessings to every one of you on this auspicious occasion. Now, listen to the cosmic signs, cosmic revelations, ultimate sacred secrets related to the Shaktis. Understand, the modern day science is able to understand using the human mind the four forces. Listen. Modern day science is able to understand four forces using human mind. One, gravitation, the power of gravity, gravitation power. Second, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. I want to give you some of the powerful sacred secrets, revelations to all of you, so you can understand these powers and forces in the higher level, from the higher dimensions. Understand? Whatever is happening in Brahmanda is happening in Pindanda. Whatever is happening in macrocosm is happening in microcosm. If you understand the laws of gravity, all the laws related to gravity, all the understandings human mind reach about gravity, you can easily understand the greed happening inside you. Greed and gravity is one and the same. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Listen. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. If you map all the understandings you have about gravity on your greed, and all the understandings you have about the principle of greed on the principle of gravity, you will have powerful insights about your life. Gravitating is nothing but greed for more. Greed for more. Listen carefully. The greed for more happening in the macrocosm is gravity. The gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Study all the principles related to gravitation in every level, whether Newton's initial level theories or Einstein's quantum level theories or the modern day recent parallel universe, parallel life understandings and revelations. Study all of it. Map all of it to your greed. How your greed functions. How your greed becomes active or passive, aggressive or regressive. How it exists. How it manifests. How it manipulates. How it becomes life positive, sometimes life negative. Understand? How you attract, you gravitate what you want towards your life, you will be empowered with the knowledge, science, power of manifesting what you want, if you understand principle of gravity and map it to the principle of greed. Listen. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. I sincerely recommend and request all of you to study a little bit about gravity with this clarity, with this context. How the gravity happening in the macrocosm and the greed happening in the microcosm is one and the same. You will realize many deep sacred secrets, powerful revelations about greed. If you know the inner nuances, sacred secrets about the greed, you will simply know how to manifest it, how to gravitate what you want in your life, and why you are gravitating even things which you don't want in your life. You will understand your life, what is happening in microcosm, in your existence more clearly, deeply, and you will also gravitate what you want, and you will stop gravitating what you don't want. For that, understanding gravitation as per the science happening in the macrocosm, able to map it to your microcosm. Listen. I am repeating. Gravity happening in the macrocosm and greed happening in the microcosm both function on the same principles, on the same cosmic law, on the same truths, on the same foundation. So, listen intensely. Today's satsang is a very powerful message about the science of Shaktis. Listen to it at least 5 times. Only then you will be able to grasp the whole thing. Only then you will be able to enjoy the whole thing. Only then you will be able to internalize the whole thing. Only then you will be able to manifest it as an experience. So now, listen. The first understanding about gravity and greed. As I said, Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. That's the first principle. First understanding. The second force is electromagnetic force. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in microcosmic level is fear. Understand? All the principles human mind knows about the fear. All the laws, principles, science, human mind knows about the electromagnetic force. Apply them to the fear you experience in your microcosm. You will realize so many deeper level truths about fear. You will just conquer fear, and you will know how to use fear in your life. Listen. All the understandings you have about fear, map it to electromagnetic force. You will have more understanding. You may even land in new understandings, revelations, inventions, discoveries related to electromagnetic force. You may discover new laws, principles, reach new level of understanding about the electromagnetic force. If you reveal, if you map all your internal understandings about fear, if you map all the scientific understandings, revelations, principles about electromagnetic force on fear, you will have more understanding about fear. And all the understandings you have about fear, if you map it on electromagnetic force, you will have more understanding about electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in macrocosm is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Electromagnetic force happening in microcosm, inside your system, is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Gravity, gravitating, happening in microcosm is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is gravity. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Listen. Just these two principles, any of you start analyzing, mapping, organizing, easily you will get Nobel Prize. Because There is so much Eastern science, Upanishads, revealed about fear and greed. There is so much the modern science has analyzed and understood about gravity and electromagnetic force. Many things will complement each other. Many of the understandings about the electromagnetic force and gravitation force by the modern science, if you map them to the understandings about fear and greed by the Upanishads and Agamas, the Hindu scriptures, you will land on many revelations, discoveries, understandings, powers in the inner world and in the outer world, in microcosm and in the macrocosm. What I am revealing is some of the fundamental principles, fundamental discoveries. This Chaturmasya, whole 4 months, I spent in such intense samadhi. Whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me in this intense samadhi, I am revealing it to all of you now. Gravity in microcosm is greed. Greed in macrocosm is gravity. Electromagnetic force in microcosm is fear. Fear in macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Third force human mind decoded is weak nuclear force. Listen, weak nuclear force. Powerful cognitions happening in microcosm is the weak nuclear force. Listen. Listen, I am repeating. In microcosm, the powerful cognitions you experience are the equivalent to weak nuclear force. In the cosmos, macrocosmic level, when powerful cognitions are revealed by cosmos to cosmos, when it manifests powerful cognitions, that is the weak nuclear force. The weak nuclear force manifesting in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions manifesting in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. All the laws, principles related to weak nuclear force, take them and map to your powerful cognitions. When you manifest powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Map it. You will have so much understanding and revelations. Whenever you get the powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Observe that. Observe that. Absorb and observe. Map that into the macrocosmos, the macrocosmic principles of weak nuclear force. You will have so much understanding, revelation about the weak nuclear force. Listen. Whenever you get a powerful cognition, a powerful inspiration, like unclutching, understanding about unclutching is the powerful cognition. What happens to you in the microcosmic level? It is actually equivalent to the weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Whatever happens to you, whenever you get the powerful cognitions inside you, map that understandings to the weak nuclear force. You will have more revelations, inventions, discoveries about the weak nuclear force. And whatever you know, science knows about the weak nuclear force, map them to your powerful cognitions. You will have so much revelations inside, and you will be able to manifest so many powers inside. The greed in you is equivalent to gravity in the universe. The fear in you is equivalent to electromagnetic force in the universe. The powerful cognitions you experience is equivalent to weak nuclear force in the universe. All common practicing Hindus reach up to this 3 level. The 4th, strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force is equivalent to initiation. Initiation, diksha, by an incarnation, living incarnation. Listen. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is diksha, initiation. Diksha, initiation happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Every principle, understanding, ideas, scientific revelations you know about the strong nuclear force, map them to the microcosmic experience of initiation. You will have so much of understanding, clarity, revelations about the power of initiation. You will be able to absorb initiation more and use initiation more. Get the best out of initiation. Same way, everything you know about the power of initiation in the microcosmic level, map it to the strong nuclear force of macrocosmic level. You will have not just new discoveries, inventions, revelations, new principles. You will be empowered to use the strong nuclear force in the macrocosmic level also. You can use just Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, to build your body internally, externally as you want, without the help of anything else. Because sun salutation, Surya Namaskar, is nothing but using strong nuclear force of the sun to empower the microcosm you are carrying. Surya Namaskar is a direct initiation from Surya. Listen. I will repeat. Greed is equivalent to gravity. Fear is equivalent to electromagnetic force. Powerful cognitions are equivalent to weak nuclear force, soft nuclear force, soft nuclear power. Initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly is equivalent to strong nuclear force. Listen. Now I am initiating all of you. So listen. Gravity happening in the microcosmic level is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosmic level is gravity. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions happening in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly, and initiation by Paramashiva directly happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Understand these four forces. Human mind was able to decode through science. Science was able to decode through human mind. Now I am revealing the fifth force, fifth power. Listen. The fifth one is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness. I'll define it elaborately. I'll explain it elaborately. Listen. You all know about greed. It's too easy to know. Fear. You all know the fundamental definitions and understandings about fear. Powerful cognitions. Almost all practicing Hindus will know the principle of powerful cognitions. When you get powerful insights, revelations from Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, and it clicks with you inside, becomes Atma Pramana. That's what I call powerful cognitions. Those powerful cognitions are like weak nuclear force. And all my disciples, you know the power of initiation. The initiation is strong nuclear force. These four fundamental principles, powers, you all know. Now I am giving you the revelations, sacred secrets about the next fifth force. There are actually 14 forces. I will reveal the fifth force now. Fifth force is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness means just knowing the truth. Paramashiva is there not because you believe. It's a truth. Paramashiva is real, is truth. It is simply conscious. As your consciousness is the reality, the existence of Paramashiva is real. The principle with which Paramashiva operates this universe is real. His existence is real. The principle with which he operates is real. The principle of Paramashiva is called Linga, Dharma. Listen. Just knowing the reality is consciousness. Just knowing the reality happening in microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. When you experience the fifth force, the conscious power, then I can reveal the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth forces. Before you experience the fifth force, if I start revealing the sixth, seventh, it may just go above your head. The sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Revelations about these forces I'm going to do it as classes and programs for the committed disciples, not economically, but consciously. Sincere seekers that need not be revealed to people who are not that interested. It should be revealed to people who are really committed and interested. Let me first reveal these 5 forces and make this as an initiation and experience, conscious experience to all of you. Whether you are just ordinary clerk doing a regular job, or a beggar in the street, homeless person in the roadside, or statesman ruling a nation, a powerful personality, influencer in the field of entertainment or music, politics, religion, society, in any level you may be, whoever you may be. Understanding about these 5 forces will enrich your life, empower your life, enlighten you. Enlighten you. Everything science decoded related to gravitation, the gravity, using the human mind, map it to your microcosmic level experience called greed. You will be empowered how to gravitate what you want and how not to gravitate what you don't want. Everything modern science has decoded about electromagnetic force, internalize, map it to the fear you experience in the microcosmic level, insecurities you go through, fears you go through. Map all those principles related to electromagnetic force to the experience of fear in your life, in your being. You will have so much clarity about fear. You will know how to use fear, how not to get affected by fear, how not to get affected by insecurities, how not to become life negative due to fears. I tell you, last 4 months, this Chaturmasya, being in the space of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Paramashiva darshans, Paramashakti darshans, continuously, all the great things Paramashiva revealed to me, Paramashakti revealed to me, I am revealing it to all of you now, sharing it with all of you now. Maybe in next few satsangs, I can bring some of the principles of gravitation force, gravity, and map it and show you how the greed functions in you. And same way, some of the principles, revelations about greed by Upanishads, map it to gravitation, and give you the deeper new revelations and principles and theories. Possible new discoveries, new inventions about the gravitation principle. This will empower you in the outer world and enlighten you in the inner world, in both level. In both level, it will empower you and enlighten you. Understand? Same way, all the principles science has decoded about the electromagnetic forces. If you map it to the fears and insecurities and phobias you go through, you will become so clear about fear and the effects of fear in your life. Then you will know how to use fear and not to get used by fear. How to master fear. How not to be slave for fears and insecurities. Understand? When you get caught in fear and insecurities and phobias, you become life negative. Not only you commit suicide, you kill your consciousness. You see, suicide is not just destroying your body. You become Brahmarakshas after that. It's not that just when you destroy the body, everything ends. No. You can't end because you are eternal. Even if you kill your body, you don't have death. It's a truth. Suicide is actually just like cutting some limbs of your body. If you just cut your hand, you think everything will end? No, it is only going to be more painful. Same way, destroying your body is only destroying part of you. You can't destroy yourself. It is impossible. You exist. No one can destroy you, including yourself. That's a great boon you have. That's a good news. That's not bad news. You just need to understand how the fear, insecurity, phobias pushes you into life negativity and get out of it. That's all. So listen. If you know how to map principles of gravitation, principles of electromagnetic force, principles of weak nuclear force, principles of strong nuclear force into your microcosmic level, simply you know how to manifest powers. The science of power manifestation will just become reality in you if you just know how to map these four powers to your microcosmic level happenings. I'll repeat. The gravitation happening in the microcosm, when it happens in the, listen. Gravitation, which is happening in the macrocosm, when it happens in microcosm, it's greed. Electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, When it is happening in your microcosm, it is called fear. Weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosm. When it happens in the microcosm, it's called powerful cognitions. Example for powerful cognitions is unclutching, complete completion, sahaja samadhi, nirvigalpa samadhi. All these are powerful cognitions. That's a weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level. Initiation happening in the microcosmic level is strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level, the same thing when it is happening in the microcosmic level, it's called initiation by me, by an incarnation, by Paramashiva directly. When Paramashiva initiates the microcosm, it is Diksha. When Paramashiva initiates the macrocosm universe, it's called strong nuclear force. The fifth is the fifth principle, fifth power, fifth force is consciousness. The example for consciousness is Paramashiva is real not because you have greed to get what you want from Paramashiva, not because you have fear and Paramashiva should protect you, not because you want to use Paramashiva as a powerful cognition and enrich your life, not because you want to get initiation from Paramashiva and empower yourself. Paramashiva is real because he is real. That is consciousness. He is real beyond all these four. That is consciousness. That is consciousness. Paramashiva is real, happening in microcosmic level is consciousness happening. Paramashiva is real, happening in the macrocosmic level is the reality of Paramashiva. Existence of Paramashiva. Existential principle or principal existence of Paramashiva. The principal, primordial, Adi, original, source existence of Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is the primordial, primal, original, Adi, source existence, principle of reality, the real principle, fundamental principle of the cosmos. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva happening in the macrocosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. This is the fifth force, fifth power. Power of reality, power of existence, power of consciousness. Today, I am introducing these 5 forces, the principles about 5 forces, and initiating all of you, empowering all of you, consciously enlightening all of you. In further satsangs, I'll map how the gravitation can be mapped to greed, how the electromagnetic force can be mapped to fear, how the weak nuclear force principles can be mapped to powerful cognitions, how the strong nuclear principles can be mapped to initiation, empower you, all of you, enlighten all of you more and more, and also will reveal the power of consciousness. If you travel through the same logic, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, you can easily take a jump into consciousness. Science can explore consciousness if they travel this path, because by the time they travel this path and understand these 4 powers, they will understand the uniting principle. So they will know the road to travel from first to second, second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. Science can use consciousness for betterment of the human life on this planet Earth. If they can understand these principles step by step, step by step, step by step, and get involved into knowing the reality. I know, especially for my disciples, this satsang is a feast, maybe 10-course full meal. You need to watch this satsang at least 5 times. And I want each one of you to do little Google research. Study the fundamentals about gravity and greed. What modern day science says about gravity and what Upanishads reveal about greed. What modern day science say about electromagnetic force and what Upanishads reveal about fear. What modern day science reveals about weak nuclear force and what Upanishads reveal about powerful cognitions. What modern day science reveals about strong nuclear force and what Upanishads reveal about initiation, diksha. What modern day science reveals about consciousness. I think modern day science is yet to decode about consciousness. But what Upanishads reveal about consciousness. Understand, map it, internalize it, have Vakyartha Sadas. You will simply start manifesting more and more powers, more and more enlightenment. The quality of your living enlightenment will just shoot up. And you will understand Hinduism is real, most scientifically scientific religion. It's literally beyond science. It can lead science to the next level. Any one of you, especially my disciples, most of you are exposed to modern day science and this ancient science I'm revealing. If you start mapping, analyzing, you will discover so many principles related to external world and internal world. Simply you will get Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prizes. In many fields, not just peace. In many fields, you will get Nobel Prize. Maybe there will be a time many of you will be receiving Nobel Prizes for revealing many principles, sacred secrets from the principle, from the truths I am revealing in these satsangs. There is so much to tell. There is so much to tell. I will reveal them step by step in further satsangs. And classes and sessions and programs for committed disciples. Understand? What's the difference between a viewer, common practicing Hindu, and committed disciple? A commonly practicing Hindu is integrated to these great truths. No doubt. He starts practicing. He may fail and succeed. He may go ups and downs, but he will revive himself, rebuild himself, practice, struggle, manifest. A committed disciple is not just individually integrated, he takes the responsibility for collective integrity. He wants to be part of this KAILASA ecosystem, bringing collective integrity and take this to the whole world. Make whole world benefit from this. I am looking for those kind of people who are interested in taking collective integrity, responsibility for collective integrity. I am looking for those beings who wants to take responsibility for collective integrity and gather all of you and form the government of KAILASA. To the government of KAILASA, I will reveal the deeper truths and sacred secrets about the 6th force, 7th force, 8th force, 9th force, 10th force, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th forces. There are 14 forces, powers. These 5, I have revealed it to everyone. From 6th, I'll be revealing, initiating, empowering, enlightening people who want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, making this greater science called Hinduism useful to the whole universe. So if you are interested in becoming part of Kailasa government, want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, you can declare your commitments through the social media now, either through YouTube live chat or Facebook live comments, Twitter live messages. You can put your comments. Whoever wants to take up the responsibility for collective integrity of taking the science to the whole universe, want to spend your time. I am not looking for people with the treasure or people with the talent. I am looking for people who are ready to spend their time to take the responsibility for collective integrity. So you can take the science to the world and enrich the world, empower the world. Let the whole world enjoy. Loka samasta sukino bhavantu. You can put your comments, commitments. People who are part of the Kailasa government already, Adinavasis, Sannyasis, enrichers, causes, they will call you, connect with you. Let us form a larger government team of Kailasa who wants to take the responsibility for collective integrity. To them, I will share the next level powers, so you can take this. You can also enjoy, you can take this to the whole world. So this is the message on this Vijayadasami, auspicious Vijayadasami day. Let the victory be on all of us by the grace of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva shower victory on all of us. Now, I bring not only the initiation as the living representation, living manifestation of Paramashiva, I bring consciousness of Paramashiva to everyone who is connected to me now, sitting all over the universe. Sit with your Atmalinga in your palms. You will receive the consciousness. Paramashiva himself manifesting and showering the powers related to gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and consciousness. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Let everyone experience the cosmic Kundalini, Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to call your family, friends, everyone for initiation. Call all of them, your pets, your kids, your family. Get all of them. Get the Atmalinga. Settle down. I'll give the initiation now. I'll start the initiation now. Whoever wants to commit to take the collective responsibility, you can put your messages in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, in all the social media platforms. We are live, and gather your family, friends, your pets, kids, all with their Atmalinga for the initiation. If you don't have Atmalinga, you can pick up any stone, a small stone, and keep it in your hand. I'll energize that, do Prana Pratishta of that stone into Atmalinga, and bring conscious initiation to all of you. We'll start the initiation now. Please sit straight. Keep the Atmalinga in your hand. Just remember this one truth. Paramashiva is real. He is manifesting now as this Nijavatara in all of you. In every one of us, He Himself is manifesting. This is simple truth, reality, not utility or just powerful cognition. It's utility also, powerful cognition also, but above all that, it is reality, truth. Sit straight. You can keep your eyes open or closed, but keep the Atmalinga in your hand. It can touch the Anandagandha, just space below the heart, above the navel, and sit for the conscious initiation. Om Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மதனடி போற்றி ஆழப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெரும் துறையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவனம் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அரு தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் வந்து
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாரா ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவரும் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் சூலமும் வெயிலில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அல்லவா செம்பொன் மாட சிற்றவைதனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியலில் இறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட மண்மணி ஏந்திவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் விமுக்தி காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் வழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே ஆகினாய் ஆகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிவாகினாய் ஊழியாகினாய் உலகமாகினாய் அதுவாகி அருள்படை தரும் கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எப்பயாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் சரணதையோ நயே காக்கினவா அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய் நித்யானந்தனே
பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க பக்தி வரும் நித்தியம் தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரும் யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க என்னன்னு கேட்டா அது எட்டு சோரக்காய போகும் சொந்த வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க அதை வண்டிட நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கூடிடுங்க சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும் சொர்க்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும்
சிவ பரமசிவ 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 பரமசிவ. Let the Kundalini Shakti, Paramashakti, awaken in all of us. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva.
Mother புல்லாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லாரின் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திழைத்தேன் எம்பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட் கொண்டவா கையாளும் ஈசா கற்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட் கொண்டவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா நாளும் ஈசா அருப்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட் கொண்டவா மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் தேரே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே கலியுகம் மரலில் இருளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபானவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலமே மானிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா கடல் கடைந்த போது அது வரும் நஞ்சை உண்டு வந்தரை காத்திருந்தார் சிவ 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 நம சிவாய ஹர ஹர என சித்தம் அடையும் சிவ சிவாய நம சிவாய தகதிமியன காலம் உடனும் நாளும் ஈசா அருப்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட் கொண்டவா
நீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி மாமதுரை நீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Listen to this revelation intensely. You will manifest this reality now. All the principles of greed is included in the fear. Fear is the higher force inclusive of greed. Powerful cognition is higher force inclusive of fear and greed. Initiation is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions. Consciousness is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions and initiations. Same way, electromagnetic force is higher than the principles of gravitation and inclusive of the principles of gravitation. Weak nuclear force is not only higher, it is inclusive of the principles of gravitation and the principles of electromagnetic forces. Strong nuclear force is higher than and inclusive of gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force. Consciousness is higher and inclusive of gravitation force, weak nuclear force, gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. So understand, consciousness is not only higher, it is inclusive of all the other four forces. So sit with this consciousness. Paramashiva is real. You will manifest consciousness now. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मत्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान्
Om Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. I bless you all. with this conscious process and initiation. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva. 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 Paramashiva.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatiti Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions.
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, the Vedagamas stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the Guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan Paramashiva has given us elaborate understanding, powerful cognition and initiation for us to experience the deeper truth and the deeper reality. All these Pramanas gives us the cognitive shift of manifesting the higher powers of Paramashiva. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana for consciousness over matter is taken from Vijnana Parvatantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95.
We move to the Shastra Pramana.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva explains in the sutra, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object, along with the thoughts and impression of it. O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is a state of all-inclusive or infinity. Just now, Bhagavan said how everything is inclusive, how what Bhagavan explained as the microcosm, what we experience as greed, is the macrocosm, the gravitational force. And when we move to the higher forces, the electromagnetic force, which is fear, which is inclusive of the greed. And when we move to the powerful cognition, which is in the macrocosm and the microcosm, how we experience, the macrocosm as a soft nuclear force and the microcosm as powerful cognition, which is higher and inclusive of the fear and greed. If we understand these length, breadth, depth, the dimensions, how we exist constantly in this and being deluded in this, Bhagavan says if you understand each of the component, if you take the greed and if you really work towards understanding the deeper science of the greed, which is the gravitational force, what you attract in the what you understand as reality, the perception that you experience is the gravitational force. What are you gravitating and what are you not gravitating? Both are inclusive. And based on the fear, you are gravitating or not gravitating. That is your desires, or you are not wanting that desire. All this, if you understand the deeper science, it is Paramashiva who's manifesting all this based on our input and our conscious decisions. And Bhagavan says, if you understand Paramashiva is real and you are consciousness, simply he will flow 100% as the strong nuclear force in each of us, manifesting all that what we want and much more as reality, and which is all inclusive and which is infinite. The minute we start understanding everything that exists is Paramashiva, everything that is happening as Parashakti, constantly alive, more alive than what our perception is. How we wake up from the dream, we understand the dream is much lesser reality than what we are experiencing now. Paramashiva says, if you understand the fifth force, the consciousness, which is all inclusive of all the forces, you will understand these are only the lower forces and you can manifest what you want as reality. You can create your reality as you want and bring all the abundance, auspiciousness, and bliss to your life. More and more completion starts happening when you start living I am Paramashiva. Seeing yourself as Paramashiva every moment raises your frequency to the Paramashiva space. Para means ultimate. Shiva is auspiciousness. Again and again, raising ourselves to the ultimate makes us understand we are ultimate. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives a beautiful space of how in Ramayana and how Ravana lifted the whole Vimana, which was so heavy, just by the mantra. He uses how we use the electromagnetic force. He uses the sound, conscious force, and he can raise the whole space into the next level of manifesting, lifting the object that he was flying the Vimana Shastra with Sita. He was able to lift. And it is also said how the Ramanama is so powerful that all the monkeys wrote Rama on the rock and put the rock, and the rock started floating in the water to build the bridge. It became much lighter that they can carry. Even now we can go and see that is a phenomenon that we can experience now. There are floating rocks that we can experience. All this was a science that was there in Valmiki Ramayana, and how consciousness over matter. Matter is something that we understand in the microcosm. In the macrocosm, everything is energy and frequency, and which is also inclusive, which is also infinite. Again and again, when we look at the other side of our incompletion, we start seeing the energy and frequency and the higher reality that we can express and experience as Paramashiva is real. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us such powerful cognition, initiation, and make us understand the deeper truth. Now we can see how this matter is moved just by the Mahavakya. You can have any object on the silicon. Today we are going to place it on the silicon. Silicon can be your tab or it can be your cell phone, but make sure it is like this, very flat, and the object is not sliding, it is very stable. And you can put the Jnananjan on the object and apply on your third eye and your temples. Make sure nothing from external is moving, like it's not in the vibration mode or it's not switched on completely. Let it be switched off and there is no fan or any wind moving it. Make sure everything is very still so that you can measure the manifestation clearly. You can have a deity instead of coconut, or you can have any other object which is not sliding but clearly it is placed on the silicon. You can see how just by Mahavakya it starts moving so phenomenally. It's not sliding, it's actually moving around. You can see how flat it is, and it is clearly placed on a flat surface, and the tab is also switched off, and it is very clear that it is not having any external to move the object. Just by the chant of the Mahavakya, it is clearly seen that consciousness is more powerful than anything else. Now all that we need to do is, once you set it up, put away everything and make sure you're recording all these moments, because these are extraordinary space that is getting manifested in front of you as reality. So don't forget to record. Set up your cell phone apart from the tab and record this beautiful moment. Now put away everything and just sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Dissolve yourself into Paramashiva. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Sit with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. Clearly define, I am Paramashiva. Bhagavan says it is not seeing Paramashiva is different and you are different. Seeing is experiencing Paramashiva. And more you entangle in the quantum space and experience Paramashiva in your reality. You are in the fifth force. You are in the consciousness. You can simply manifest any reality. Bhagavan clearly says, the more and more you dissolve your identity into Paramashiva and more understand Paramashiva exists in you, who celebrates, who manifests, who creates, who regenerates and who liberates. All this done is by Paramashiva. There is no identity. That is the very truth, very core cognition. Dropping your identity and experiencing Paramashiva, who you are, the ultimate, you start understanding that ultimate is possible and you start experiencing ultimate as your reality. Now intensely chant the Mahavakya. It is all about chanting the Mahavakya, deeply connecting to Paramashiva and experiencing that deep oneness, that love and gratitude. More and more you experience that love and gratitude for you to experience yourself beyond the matter as energy. As long as we are in only the length, breadth, depth, that is past, present, future, we are bound by the matter. But beyond that, the vertical time zone where everything dissolves into the space of Paramashiva, manifesting the quantum space, the infinite space as energy, you start experiencing the higher reality. All you need to do is consciously dissolve the mind into the inner space and deeply chant from the navel center the Mahavakya with a deep listening. Every time the thought comes, see yourself having the thought. See yourself sitting as Paramashiva. See yourself manifesting Paramashiva. Every time you see yourself, there cannot be a thought. There can be only the witness, awareness, consciousness, which is more powerful. When you establish yourself in that, you become so powerful. You can manifest all the abundance and all that beautiful space of oneness to manifest your reality. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. You can keep the Atmalinga in your hand and make it stand, or you can keep the object on the silicon and move the object. Whatever you think it is the happening for you, start manifesting that power just by holding the consciousness is real. Paramashiva is real.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever you have manifested, please go ahead and share that in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, more and more you start causing others reality. By holding that space of oneness, you start seeing yourself as consciousness. Length, breadth, depth, time, and space, the space components, is the enriching and causing. More and more you start causing others reality, you start understanding they are nothing but your own reflection. You are experiencing that very reality. More you feel I am Paramashiva and enrich the world with the powerful cognition, initiation, and power manifestation experiences, you will start manifesting others' reality. More and more you start experiencing your reality. So go ahead, share all this great detail to the world. Bhagavan beautifully says how when Uddhava asked, Krishna, you're leaving, what should I do? He says, just look at everybody, everything as Krishna. You will experience the beautiful space of oneness with me. All that we need to do is go on causing. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. It's more real than whatever we are experiencing as our dimensions. When you start enriching others, cherishing this thought, and causing others, you start becoming consciousness. More and more auspiciousness, abundance, you start attracting, gravitating with all the best things in life. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for showering all these great signs and initiation and powerful cognitions on each one of us every single day. And thanking each one of you in the social media, staying back and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And sorry for the delay in starting the session, but so beautiful, all of you staying back and manifesting the powers. And thank you so much for who are sharing in the social media and inspiring more and more people into all this powerful space. Thank you so much. Simple integrity, simple obedience of manifesting the powers of Paramashiva every single day. And with this, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra, holding the powerful space. Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva, as my reality, holding this in my powerful cognition throughout the day and manifesting more and more powers. So with this, let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. for more power manifestation. You can join through KAILASA in the Zoom session.